Welcome back to Crypto Cypher.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Crypto Cypher.
All right, I'm not doing this with you today. What's going on, everybody? My bad. I'm just mid-fight with AI right now, but I'm done. Get off my screen. What's going on, fam? I'm playing around with some stuff. Playing around with a couple things. Oh, shit, my bad. It's still on the screen. All right, let me see how horribly I screwed up on my audio last night. We're good, right? YouTube, Discord? As far as being able to hear me? Sounds different, like what? I went on a mission yesterday, bro. I can't hear myself, by the way. It's all good. I just like to be able to monitor myself in case I'm being too loud or if there's any like pops or anything coming across the mic. But I gave up trying to figure it out. We were watching that. I did that update yesterday, and we were watching the video, and then my audio just went crazy. I have no idea what happened. Nah, same mic. Same mic. I just had to disconnect the heads. I had to disconnect the headphone from the mic and plug it into the PC directly. I was getting feedback from the mic into the headset, back to the mic into the headset. Oh, that's just me. Yeah, the raspiness is default. It's possible. Let me see. Like I said last night, I tried a bunch of shit to try to get levels right, so I wouldn't doubt that I went OD on a couple things. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Why is that mic? Hold on. Disable. I had another mic coming through at the same time. Yeah, I think I might have just pulled the cord too many times and then mashed something up inside the mic. All right, how are my levels right now? Is that any better? It doesn't show that I'm peaking. All right, cool. One more thing. All right, how about now? Mic check 1 2 1 2. All right, cool, cool. H, I'm not even reading any of your responses. I know better. She'll have me here all day running in circles. Damn, it took you UK to the big 2026 to ban cigarettes. Hey, say what you want to say about America, but we haven't let our children smoke cigarettes for a while now. Stuff them full of McDonald's, but we don't let them smoke cigarettes. Nah, I used to, man. I used to dabble, but it's bad stuff. I'm honestly still trying to clear my lungs and all that shit out from all the tar. And then, as genius as I am, right? Freaking brilliant. Quit smoking cigarettes for about 2 years and then decide to pick up vaping after being completely off of the nicotine. Like, hey, let's try this out. And it took me another couple years to get off of that. Yeah, I know. I know. Trust me. Yeah, I wouldn't change it. I mean, people say that all the time. They're like, your voice. I'm like, bro, that's a misspent youth. 2 packs of Newports a day, a couple packs of Philly blunts. Don't drink any water. Get all of your hydration from Coca-Cola. Do that for a solid 10 years. And then your voice is going to sound just like mine. Nah, I don't hear him. You know, that's not something that we used to do here in the States. Now it's different. Everybody's putting grab on their shit now. But when I first went to college, I remember smoking with some of the European kids and the Spanish kids. And they used to kill me with that, bro. Like, what is this? All right, give me a second, yo. I gotta finish. Hold on, I'll be right back. What's good, Joe? Nah, the sound wasn't on till now. Dominance looks like it's trying to come down back underneath 60. Normal levels. Yeah, it's like inverse risk on, risk off. Weird. It's gotten so bad on oil right now that there's nobody that's even making the argument that it's not being manipulated anymore. Now the argument is, well, it's being manipulated, but it has to be manipulated, so we're gonna play the manipulation. Keep moving the bar. What's going on, Def? I don't know if you guys were here yesterday to see when we did the deep dive on this whole situation. But if you're in the Discord, the daily report is up, and you'll be able to read. You'll be able to read the little intel thing, and then there's a video, like a small explainer video. Not if it doesn't happen quick, Sean. The silver squeeze on silver needs, I mean, the short squeeze on silver depends on people assuming that there's scarcity, right? That there's a supply shock. Right now, silver really isn't the hot thing anymore. So there's plenty of silver to go around. People aren't really hoarding it like they were. So I don't know if that plays out that way. Ignore everything high def says. I don't know who needs to hear this, but hour, 4 hour. This is the measured move for the M. I still don't think that we play this out until we get CME. We still have 1.5 days of our 3-day up. But when we finally do break, or screw it, maybe this is how to do it now. We closed CME on perps, but we haven't closed CME on futures. That's the issue we're having here. But remember, like I tell you guys, it seems like the algo and market maker, they err on the side of perps versus futures. So there's a non-zero chance that they don't finish that. Yeah, stock market needs to cool off. Even if the blow off top isn't done, your targets are to the downside. The problem is if they keep manipulating the news, then your technical targets don't matter, right? It's like, let me clear this chart up because this shit is getting super clogged. I think we pretty much nailed this top. I'm drawing this as a I'm drawing this as an M just to avoid any arguments. But I know all the crooked head and shoulders guys are like screaming at their screen right now. It's a head and shoulders. I was waiting for the same head and shoulders. And I mean, technically, I guess you didn't invalidate, but I don't like those like Aki head and shoulders. Like your shoulders need to be even, or you need to go back to the gym. So I'm drawing that as an M. Same measured move, except it doesn't leave any room for arguments. But I will entertain you guys. So the slanted head and shoulders would look like this. The reason I don't like it is because people like you'll be waiting for a regular head and shoulders and then it doesn't play out and you're like, well, it's a slanted head and shoulders. It's like at that point, you're just trying to make something happen, you know? Like you're cherry picking. That's how they would draw it. And that's not even a horrible slant. Maybe it's my ADHD, y'all. I'll be completely honest with you. But I do not mess with crooked head and shoulders. And the reason is there's no point to, right? There's no point to even bend the rules a little bit if the M pattern gives you the same exact measured move. You know what I mean? You fucking tell me. No, technically, that's exactly what it means. And it's not a shortcut. Head and Shoulders has a horizontal base. And that's why the break of the Head and Shoulders is so strong, because it's based off a price point on the chart, an order block, not a psychological trend. Two completely different animals. Yeah. 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 For the most part, like I was saying, it's been recovered. That top line is CME futures, right? We're CME open on futures, but on perps, if we look at where CME closed, oh, we might still be, there might still be a little bit of a gap there, actually. CME close was right here. Yeah, actually, we didn't even close the, we left a little bit. It wouldn't be the first time, yo. In due time, Jerome. Soon, soon. Yeah, we still got one underneath. Now, if we had rejected from right here, then yeah, that'd have been a Head and Shoulders. We're only on our second day of our 3-day up, y'all. Remember that. Right? This was our false move. Then we have 1, 2 days up. Right? There's still one more day left. Then you could very easily retrace. Have another day up that clears that, which would basically just be a range. Right? That would mean that we're ranging in this level. Support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance until it's not. To be more accurate about it, we're falling back into this old level. Man, we were trapped in this level. We had a deviation that came back into the level, bottom of the range, top of the range. Now we had a smaller deviation that's now again come back into the level. Right? So we know in range trading that the most effective way to trade the range is to establish it early and then trade the extremes. So if we just grab a box. Right, this has basically been the range. Right, and typically what we can expect when you come back into a range is that it goes to the bottom of the range. Right, if it gets accepted back into the top of the range, the most probable outcome is the price comes back down to the bottom of the range. That being said, when it gets to the bottom of the range, the most probable outcome is that support is support until it's not. So you have to assume that that holds, which is why I said we still have one more day up in this 3-day up. And I could definitely see a situation where we come down, get bears super excited, and then sweep them before finally doing the thing. Not necessarily. Typically, it does it because of volatility, right? So if you've got your range and you get a big swing of volatility while you're in the range, right? And it sends you up. It's almost like the gravity itself ends up balancing out, and then a little bit less and a little bit less until it like. So it's not every time, but if there's an overcorrection to the deviation on the top side, then you'll end up getting a deviation on the bottom. As above, so below. But it's not mandatory, right? There's not like a hard, fast rule for it. Nobody cares, Hadaf. You sound crazy right now, bro. If you were on the corner saying that out loud, laughing that hard, just on the corner, looking at people in the face, saying what you're saying, people would think you were crazy and they would call the cops. I'm just keeping it real. Just being as honest as I could possibly be. I love Jesus as much as the next guy, but I don't know what you're talking about right now. So instead of chasing, right, you're like, okay, well, how do I play the ranges? Well, I mean, building a short into this, if you were sure that that was going to hold, but you're already there. So now you just, the counter, right? You'd wait for a reaction off the bottom of the range. If it looks like volume's going to pick up, it looks like support's going to be support, then I just keep involvement towards the top. And sometimes it's not about the move, right? So playing the ranges, for me, they're setup trades. right? Meaning, all right, so you've got two options, right? You've got a range set up and you're trapped in a range. Right. We know this thing's going to break one way or another. The one thing we know for sure is it's not going to stay in the range for the rest of our lives. Right. So it's time to set up the idea of what direction. Right. So this is when TA comes in. You look, you get your percentages down, your probabilities. But what's most important is where you take your setup. So there's two options. Just wait in the range, wait for a breakout that retests, and then buy that retest in the direction of the break. Right. So in that case, you don't play the range at all. You're just waiting for a break that actually retests. Or what I prefer to do, especially if I'm just sitting at the screen, is I buy the lows. I buy the lows and then I sell the weakness at the highs. Eventually, one of these lows that I buy is going to be met with no weakness at the high. Price will break out and retest, and I'll add to my position on that retest, right? But I'll already be in position from down here. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That is some neat ass arrow work right there. On one right now. Wasn't a squiggle in the bunch. Damn, like, my bad. Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you're buying the bottom of the range, you're either going to sell for a small profit, depending on the size of the range, or you're already going to be in position for a breakout. And the same thing for the top, yo. If you're long, right, and you're like, well, we're in a range, it'll eventually break out. The problem with that is if you don't sell the tops of these ranges and it doesn't break out and it comes down here and then actually breaks and now your exit is down here, right, where your exit could have been up here. And then if you were wrong and it wasn't going to break, then you play the range, right? I don't live in the range. I don't hold a position in the range. I'm going to actively trade the swings until something happens. I don't know, Slick. I was like in a flow state or some shit. Well, you want to see volume at the highs. You know, you want to, what you want to look out for a breakout is the opposite of what you would want to see if you were planning on taking profits. I know it sounds stupid to say, right? But like when you're looking for the top of the range and you're waiting to take profits, you're waiting to see volume die down, right? You're waiting to see a lack of aggression at the top. You're waiting to see maybe a sweep or an attempt to sweep some liquidity. So the absence of those things, right? Is there a bunch of liquidity up there that market makers not sweeping? We're just consolidating at the top underneath this liquidity. Is volume increasing instead of decreasing as we get to the top? Right? What does your momentum look like? I wish you would ask more questions, high def, than try to answer because you're wrong. You don't use your EMAs in a range. They're spaghetti. Just pure false signals. What you want to see is increasing volume, meaning buyers or sellers stepping in that weren't here before that can provide pressure that wasn't there before to break out of a box that you couldn't get out before. Yep. Yeah, same for bull flags, same for bear flags. Bull flag and a bear flag is just a channel at an angle. Now, the only thing that's different is that their tops and their bottoms aren't as strong. Because remember, horizontal patterns are based off of order book blocks, right? Every hit at the bottom of this line is the same exact spot on the order book. But every hit on this line is not the same spot on the order book, right? Every hit on this line is a hit on orders that people who are playing the trend put in the book, but it's never the same spot on the book, so it's not as strong. Right? Your horizontal ones are going to be strong because that means that you've been banging against that order block over and over and over. And when it finally breaks, you get that sort of cascade. I mean, I still like angles, but they're just not as strong. How is H knowing it's going to drop? I don't know. I didn't see her say that. Maybe she's been paying attention in class. Is YouTube blocking her messages again? Oh, okay. I see you. I already hit this measured move, so we're going to get rid of this because it's annoying to look at. Low volume on Discord. Uh, Let me see. All right, how about that? Is that better? Or is that too loud? All right, cool. Pi cycle top and bottom. I have a love hate with Pi cycle. It's like the nerd in me wants it to work because that would just be cool, you know? But see the issue. You still waiting for Pi Cycle to hit. Problem is, a lot of these top indicators that we've used in the past failed because we didn't top the way that we normally top during a bull market. See, so we've gotten a little bit lazy in TA. And instead of looking for predictive ways to find the top, we looked for evidential ways that we were at the top. And people who didn't adjust paid for it during this time. Right. So instead of watching momentum and watching certain metrics to see when that buying pressure is falling off or when during euphoric blow off tops, you can't do that because the momentum is super strong right up until it's not. It like goes from the strongest momentum ever until big red candles, right? So the way that we avoided getting caught in that was by watching other metrics, usage metrics, right? Google searches on on Google and Twitter. We looked for big wallets selling to small wallets. It was one of the big ones that we would always see, right? The ratio from large wallets to small wallets would start to flip as retail came in and bought the top from big money, right? The problem is that without a blow off top, without euphoria, none of those triggered. And people are basically still waiting for those, which is why I'm not using any of those metrics to catch the bottom. Right? This is a completely new, brand new momentum based rule set for catching the lows. Figured if it was good enough to catch our highs, it'll be good enough to catch our lows. No problem. Lensby, you flirting with me, good sir? Nah, I appreciate that though. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Gotta go grab my lighter.
Dbloc, if you can hear me, hear you leading through.
All right, I'm back. There is some gas. It's going to depend on FOMO. Right? Do we get price to move up because of do we get price to move up because aggression comes through the book, or are they just gonna quote spoof this thing all the way up to CME with like ghost pumps? Right now, that's a nice candle, but there's literally nothing behind it. It's good old fashioned order book slippage. What's going on, brother? Yeah, I'm still shooting for CME. I've got a little bit of a runner left. Mm. Okay. Excuse me. Just remember, we're still at the top of a third wave here. I'm getting feedback from your mic, I think. But this could, like we said, turn from an M into a W and then make all the bulls happy. That's not out of the question yet. As bearish as I am, until we get underneath certain levels, that's definitely not out of the question. I mean, it's not the most probable outcome, right? But you can't rule it out. You guys can't hear Discord? Oh, wait, let me see if I could fix it.
Can't believe that market maker is going to leave that CME gap open.
All right, good.
He mad.
Vector recovery.
Hey, Dave, I want to ask you about another question about some factors. So obviously the ones on the lower time frame are the strongest. The ones that you see on like the 1 minute, those are definitely there, as opposed to like say a 4 hour candle where the whole candle is a vector, but or more like a daily vector. Do you think that I don't know, it's like strength wise, one's definitely not as strong as the other, right? And if so, like, I don't know, percentage or something like,
It's
in
not.
your opinion, do we look at a 4 hour vector and say, oh, they're definitely coming for half of this? Well, not definitely, but probable that they're going to come for half of it. But on the lower time frame, the big vectors are, you know, in the first quarter of it or so.
Well,
I mean,
we start from top to bottom, right? So we start from high time frame down. So that 4 hour vector will give me an up bias for the lower time frames. Like let's say, you know, we left a big red vector down on the 4 hour, right? As I see that, I'm going down to the hour to the 15 minute, and I'm looking for bullish setups at this point. Now, if I get down to the 15 minute and we realize how much of that was that, you know, then that's when we sort of adjust. We don't necessarily shoot for the entire 4 hour vector if we go down on lower time frames and see that, you know, but it does give us directionality. Like you don't want to start looking for shorts on the 15 minute if you're sitting underneath a large vector on the 4 hour. In other words, you want like the direction of all your time frames to sort of match up to be the most effective. Now we counter trade shit all the time, right? We could be bullish on the 4 hour and we could be taking profit on the 5 minute or like a type 2 or something. But for the most part, right, you start from the top to the bottom and then you let the top influence the bottom, but you take the data that you find at the bottom, which is the rawest of it, right? Like the realest real time data to actually pick your targets and your trades. Nelson, what's going on, bro? So I would start off on the weekly. And I do this every day, even though the weekly chart hasn't changed, right? But I always start on the weekly when I'm coming to look at a fresh trade. All right, so I look and say, okay, on the weekly candle, this top candle never became a vector. It was just this one. We've recovered that entire vector so far. And I'll be honest, on the weekly, that's probably the last vector we're going to recover. Put it this way, we better hope that's the last vector we recover. Because the only one underneath that that's unrecovered is that 33 to 31. Right? And then that would be a clean sweep of every vector market maker left on the weekly. Right? He didn't leave any money on the table. Now, typically they do leave one. And I'll never forget this one because this one burned me. And by burn me, I mean I paid $1,500 more for Bitcoin than I should have. So we had come down and we had recovered all of this mess, right? Perfectly. It's like Celsius collapse, Luna collapse, or vector recovery. What came first, the chicken or the egg? If Luna and Celsius hadn't collapsed, do you think we wouldn't have recovered these vectors and we wouldn't have come down to 15? And FTX, don't leave them out. I didn't have a doubt in the world that we were coming down into the teens. This is before Celsius, before Luna, before FTX. Just based off of percentage drop from the tops right there in the bear, and based off unrecovered liquidity. Did it help? Yeah, of course. It helped it go faster, I guess. But so in this case, that would be this last vector that I would expect to be unrecovered. So then we go to the daily. And you start looking for market maker motivations and you start looking for vectors, right? So on the daily, this top section is full of vectors. The problem is that in between us and that vector recovery is some pretty serious resistance, right? So what are the chances of these vectors having to be recovered? We'll go down to a 4-hour. Starts to look a little different when you get up close, right? You have one unrecovered vector here. Oh, shit. All right. Mouse TA, just follow my mouse. Or actually, let's go to another. This is important. Let's just go to another chart. Then it's not going to give me proper vectors. I got it. I got it. Chart is this? Gold. All right. BTC. All right. So the vectors on the daily. Oh, this is a spider line chart. I haven't looked at this for a minute. Vectors on the daily that we were looking at. Then we go to the 4-hour. You want to make it easy, just the vectors that you're trying to analyze, just draw a box around them. All right, we're trying to analyze the necessity to come up for these vectors. That would take us to 90. Now you can go to the 4-hour and you can start to break it down. Right, one vector here that's unrecovered. Right. What about this one? See how it took 50% of that vector? So that vector's already been mitigated. About this one. 50% of the vector. What about this purple one?
Sorry to interrupt you, but it's the thing that I do not understand about the vectors. If you go back up, you create vectors again, and then you go back down, you create vectors again and
Yeah.
again. Is that just the point?
That's how market maker makes his money. That's the business model. It's the loss of control of market maker that gives you brand new levels. I know what you're thinking. Like, well, damn, if they have to get recovered, then how do we ever move, right? Well, the thing is, in bull markets, only 50% of the vectors have to be recovered. So if you get a move like this, then that red vector gets 50% taken, and then you get another vector like this, and that vector gets 50% taken, and you get another vector like this, right? Then you're still gaining ground. You're still, for the most part. Now, when you go parabolic and you leave those vectors behind, that's a lack of control for market maker. Right? If that gets excessive enough, then they'll come back like we just saw in the bigger time frame and clear that during the bull market or during the bear market. But when things aren't super bullish, right, and market makers in control in both directions, then we get the swings that we're used to seeing.
Okay, but
Right.
then at the end of the road, you will always have vectors somewhere, a loss of vectors beneath or above us. Or am I-
Not necessarily, right? We come to the macro. Horrible time for my mouse to die. Give me a second. During the bull market, yes. But bear markets are the way that market maker comes back and clears all of the imbalances that were left behind before pushing forward. I'll show you the difference between our two bear markets as soon as this mouse starts working again.
So honestly, if you're on the downside and you miss out on the entry point from the first vector, you're almost sure you can reclaim it back on the bear market coming up.
As long as you're patient enough. Yeah. Now you leave a lot of money on the table waiting for that, obviously, but
Yeah, for sure. But
that's why they say that in Bitcoin, as long as you have a 5-year time horizon, there's no bad time to buy. There's always a better time to buy, right? But there's no bad time to buy if you're willing to wait 5 years because price will be above where your average is. We can do way better than that, but yeah. Come on, mouse. I hope you're right, Nelson. Just make sure that you're hedged against the possibility of being wrong. Because I don't think 83 or 82 is promised to anybody right now. All right, so look, now that my shit is moving. So the difference between this bull market and the one that we had was that once we got going and that COVID money hit, right, and everybody was getting those checks and everybody was sitting at home, couldn't work, looking for a way to make money, price just went. Remember, liquidity providers only have control as long as, excuse me, as long as there's a necessity for capital to be provided. If nobody needs you to provide liquidity, meaning if there's enough transactions and there's enough FOMO and interest to where anybody that wants to buy can find a seller, anybody that wants to sell can find a buyer, then market makers not needed, right? Do they step in anyways? Yeah, right, because they have to make money, so they've got to set up their positions. But in this bear market specifically, market makers started setting shorts from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He shorted this thing the entire way up. And the patience that took. Right? So it came down, slammed price down 50 something percent. Everybody thought the bear market was, the bull market was over here. And I know what some of y'all are thinking. Well, that's how much we've dropped now. So why can't we go to all-time high? Right? Well, the difference is that we still had months and months to go before we got to the end of the cycle when that happened. Right? We did it here. We're here. But even then, right? Vectors got recovered on the way up and then came down and cleared everything. Again, I got caught waiting for them to clear this last bunch. Right? I was literally had the opportunity to go all in, entire full port at the very macro bottom. But there's always that little bit of greed that kicks in. It's like a couple $1,000s shorter. Ended up still getting in, not too much after, but it's just a life lesson. Now look at this bull market. You see the difference? There hasn't been any liquidity for the most part, which means market makers have been needed for all of these pumps. Every pump up, right? Every single one of them got recovered. 50% recovered, 100% recovered. This one got left behind, which is the one that I was saying that's still open. This got 100% recovered. This got more than 50% recovered. These got everything. Didn't leave any unfinished business on the way up at all. No, I'm not starting to DCA yet. The time to DCA was down here, yo. Time to DCA was when we were at 50 and we were going into a relief rally sort of section. Not at the top of that relief rally where it could be about to fall apart and give us another level. And not to mention, my DCA bubbles haven't popped up. Put a lot of work into this indicator to ignore it. But if we go to like a longer Bitcoin chart, again, I'm not telling anybody to blindly follow anything because we've got a massive checklist on what we're waiting for to catch this bottom. But that being said, you can do a lot worse than wait for price to get close to the 230 SMMA and your DCA bubbles pop up. All right, so even if you don't full port, let's see, 12.8, and then the top buy was 23. So 15.5 and 23, you'd have an average of what? 18, 19K Bitcoin. I don't think anybody would cry about that at this point.
The DCA bubbles is an indicator you made yourself?
Yeah, this is in the Discord. The Dbloc's 4-year cycle indicator. It's just a macro indicator. You're only gonna pull it out and watch it on the weekly. You don't need to watch it all the time, right? It's just literally, where are we in the cycle? If you're ever confused about where we are exactly.
So I've seen the charting before a lot, but I've never seen the bubbles before.
Yeah. Not bad, not a bad little tool. It's just math. It's literally all math. Yeah, you can do that, guys. You can set, if you've got the indicator, you can set alerts on any part of that indicator you want. You can set the alerts to the DCA bubbles. You can set them to, you know, when the top of the market fires. I'm working on a couple of cool things right now that are super hush hush, top secret. But if I can pull this off, it's going to be pretty sweet. I mean, it's pretty cool for the most part, if you notice, too. What I like to do is when I'm doing analysis on other things like, you know, legacy or whatever. Hold on. Did we break all of these? We did break all these spider lines. For all my spider line haters out there, I don't know what to tell you. But these ancient spider lines still work. But what I was saying was, you turn on your indicator, go to the weekly. Right, and then go to something like I don't know, anything. First of all, with alts. Right? You want to see what the average drawdown is for your alt during a bear market. And you can slap the indicator on that. If you want to see what does Nvidia usually do? Because remember, this isn't a Bitcoin 4-year cycle, right? This is a global liquidity 4-year cycle. So what this is a global liquidity indicator, that gear, the 4-year gear, right? But specifically for Bitcoin. Or if you want to, how does Microstrategy react to the 4-year cycles? Well, that's interesting. That looks way more bullish than Bitcoin. Does anybody want to guess when Michael Saylor started to purchase Bitcoin for MicroStrategy? Wild guess. Look at how dead MicroStrategy was. Right. And this is, sorry, that's kind of deceptive. Right. This is more what it looks like. Talk about bringing your company back from the dead, huh? No, Michael Saylor didn't create Bitcoin, y'all. If there's anybody in the world who wouldn't be able to keep quiet that they were Satoshi, it would be Michael Saylor. He would have gotten frustrated by now and been like, listen, okay, I made it. Listen to me when stop arguing with me about this. So this is why all of the Bitcoin treasury companies exist. Right? This was the .com boom. Does anybody know who MicroStrategy's #1 competitor was in the .com boom? Somebody knows this in chat. It'll make the chart make a lot of sense once you know who it was. Yep, Microsoft. Talk about bad luck. So we know who won. And then MicroStrategy died, became a failed software company, and literally did nothing but run absolutely flat for almost 7,000 days. So 17 years, right? 17 years, nobody and their mother wanted to touch MicroStrategy. And then Michael Saylor gets the bright idea to become a Bitcoin treasury company. And he made all his shareholders rich in the process. That's one hell of an accumulation period. 17 years of buying a dip. So when other companies that are also failed companies, right? Because stock market's full of like ghost companies. They're just shells. They're just sitting there. When they look at that chart, right, it makes sense why all of these Bitcoin treasury companies popped up. Not that they believe in Bitcoin. They just think that they can save their company the way that Michael Saylor did. Excuse me. All right, I'll do it, but this better be good. I'm just playing. From the bottom to the top of where? Well, the top part is obvious, but from the bottom of where? This bull market? From the 4K low. I'm confused, bro. Pull the fib from the 4.1K low, which is the recent 3-month swing. We're talking about Bitcoin? The swing low from last bull market or this bull market? Nah, I got you, bro. I'm with you. I'm locked in. Brother, you just got to tell me what swing low. Is it this one? This one? This one? This one? All right, I'm with you. Hold on, let me go to another chart because that already taken care of. Give me a second. $4,100. So you want this swing low here? It's 35.9. And you want me to pull it to the swing high? Yeah, that can't be right. Just messing me up because you keep saying 4K. So 2020. You were excited about Golden Pocket, so it has to be here. If not, you took it from here because that's the only way that it touches. Yeah, I'm on 3-month candles right now. Okay. So, okay, again, 4-1. Okay. 4,100. I'm going to go to 4,100 on the dot for you. Close enough. Okay. Now, what are you saying? We're coming down a golden pocket? Because that's my base case, 48 to 44K. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Looking for this to capitulate, come down to about 52, and then go into a long consolidation that at the ends of it takes these lows and then pulls out. That's what I'm looking for. My most bullish case is 50. My base case is 44 to 48. Well, not even 48, honestly. It's low, like 44 to 46. And then 38 to 40 is my average case. At the bottoms, we got to be careful to not be greedy. And what I mean is be careful what you wish for when it comes to lower prices. Because there's a such thing as like too much of a good thing. This is a really rough estimate and it has nothing to do with how I'm finding my bottoms, but I'll explain to you in a minute, right? So we tend to have the same returns to the bottom except for maybe 2 to 3%. Right? We've had some bear markets where it jumped more than that, but for the most part, you're going to drop the same amount or close to it. So the way that I've always judged it is, has the coin taken out its all-time highs? Right? That's the number one question. This goes for alts. If the coin took out all-time highs, by how much did it take out those all-time highs? So when we look at Bitcoin, 80%. Right? If your alt has not taken out these all-time highs, let's say your alt performed like this. Let's say you double topped, right? And you're like around here right now. Well, if you didn't take out these highs and the expected return is the same, then you should be looking for lows around last bull market's lows. Right? If your coin did even worse than that, let's say it put in a lower high. right? Let's say it did that. Well, then you have to do this in inverse. Right? And this is just to get a raw idea. This isn't for final numbers. This is just to get a ballpark figure of what you could be looking at. Right? So if we miss those tops by 20%, then it's pretty fair to assume that anything 20% underneath the lows is viable. In Bitcoin's case, since we went above 80%, I think it's safe to say that above 80% from the lows is about where our limit is for what we could get for bottoms. Not saying it'll hit, but this should be our base floor, which is 28, right? If it goes underneath that, it's not good for us. Because the type of bearishness that creates will take longer to sort, you start to get diminished returns on sentiment. I don't have time to pay attention to you right now, High Def. I'm doing a couple things. But just know that you're important to me, and I know you're real and you matter, bro. No matter what anybody else says. Whether you invented spider lines or not. You don't gotta lie to kick it. You too, JK. I got you, fam. Free to spread love. Nah, that's grandma. Grandma's Dbloc. Speaking of grandma, I gotta go check on her in a second. I was thinking more like Sneeko or Neon. TK Kirkman's a goat. But that dude has always been here. You think he's like immortal or something? Neon is a plant. You are also a plant. You guys do have a lot in common. Yeah, it's kind of scary when you start looking at the alts, noob, for sure. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Getting the bottom basement price on Bitcoin is gonna allow you to accumulate more of whatever alt you want. than just buying the dip on fiat. You know, out of that whole like Epstein debacle, that's been my favorite rabbit hole. The Island Boy one. That's been my favorite like meme or story that I just want to believe. They took you seen that picture of him with the two, he's got like these two kids with him, curly hair, the boys. And then it's like, do these two kids look familiar? And then they flash to a picture of the Island Boys, and your brain just goes, now it makes sense. They don't even live on an island. How didn't we see that before? I mean, it's 90% sure it's not true. But 2026 is all about what's more entertaining, bro. People don't care about the truth anymore. Me and Elon have the same sort of thought when it comes to this. Like, the most entertaining outcome is the one that people are going to believe. Yeah, well, we got to stop making these people famous. That's the problem. Nah, I didn't give up. You weren't here when we finished talking about it? If I could find it. Yeah. You were saying you think Golden Pocket. I said this is what I think is going to happen. You're not too far off. Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah, that's how I pulled it. I figured. I understood what you were trying to say, that you were looking for a Golden Pocket hit. So I figured it was from the low to the low. But another way to do it that's interesting is to take bull market to bull market. Right? Found lows at 786, and then FTX collapsed and it swung all the liquidity that was underneath that. So if we run that same idea forward, let me make this white so we can see it. Right, so if you run that idea forward, your 786 would be around 38, 39. Right, so it's just something, something to show. Basically, bottom of Golden Pocket is the top of my box. Basically, this is my box for the bottom. And it hasn't changed for months and months and months. Been looking at this target since we TP'd. But we've got a lot more metrics than that, bro. Stick around, right? We've got an entire checklist that needs to be checked off before we're at the bottom. So that'll be a good little piece of confluence, but all of this will help hopefully build conviction to go heavy. It's not easy to sit around during these times. Hopefully we make it, entertaining, but you being here is going to be the difference between the entries that you get versus the entries that other people get. And I don't mean like here in this channel. I mean, just paying attention. I don't care what channel you're in. If you're still here during the bear and you're paying attention, as long as you don't let whoever's running that channel talk you into buying too early, you're going to be able to tell in your entries. It doesn't sound like it makes sense right now, but trust me on this. We will be somewhere probably around where we are now, right? Imagine going to the bottom, coming back up, getting to like 70, and then everybody starts to pile in talking about, you think it'll go back to 40? All right, hear me out. What are the odds that we go back to 49? You know what I mean? Like, they'll be trying to cope for missing. But while they were comfortable at the beach doing whatever they're doing right now, chilling, hanging out with their family, friends, loved ones, right? We're locked in. And that's why we get what we get. And they end up getting what they end up getting. It's just a calculation, right? What's important. And there's nothing wrong with it either, right? That's like a legit calculation you make. Do I want to buy 40 or am I okay with buying 60, but I got to spend the summer with the fam? Right? Just depends. Each person has a different. Me, I don't have any kids yet. So when I listen to how hard it is to people that have kids, it just makes me lock in even harder. You know what I mean? Like, to take advantage of this time. I mean, the best place to short would be if you got another nice swing. Right? There's going to be two good places to short here, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, if liquidity doesn't pick up and they don't go for the top CME or whatever, right? But if things stay the way they are now, your best chance would be this sweep. Right? Because in my opinion, what market maker will do, that's our high. Right? Which means that all of these bears have open long positions. I mean, short positions. Right? All of these guys. So if you're a whale and you're ready to dump bags, right, but you don't want to create slippage, then you need a mass amount of buyers, right? And what this creates is a mass amount of buyers that are obligated to buy, mandatory. Their their liquidation get hits, they have to buy to cover. So that lets me as a whale come up here and sell off a couple hundred, couple thousand Bitcoin without worrying about doing that to the price. Right? So they'll come up, they'll sell off. In that case, this is the best part for you to short. Right? At the end of these liquidations is where you want to be looking to get into that short. if market maker decides that it's too risky to grab that CME, which is possible. Remember, they balance sentiment and they balance money. So just work with me for a second. Let's say all of market makers' motivations are to the downside. Right? He understands that there's still leftover FOMO, makes a calculated decision that going up for CME, he's going to risk that short squeeze. Risking that short squeeze gives you a new local high and builds more FOMO, which makes it more difficult for him to get to where he wants to go. Those are the type of situations where you'll notice that they'll leave a sliver of that CME behind. Right? If that happens, then your next best possible place to short, unfortunately, would be on the retest of a breakout. Right? In my opinion, you don't want to take your short into the breakout. We've already had 1-2 deviations that came back into the range. Right? So chances are, probabilities are high that any move outside of this ends up coming back into the range. So you have to prove, right? You have to let the market prove that that's not going to happen. So if volume picks up on this retest, then that would be your second best place to short. No problem, bro. Well, apparently we're supposed to be having peace talks today. Like we're supposed to be there right now in Pakistan. And before I came in here, the news was saying that nobody from the administration has touched down or has even left the country yet to go over there. Iran said they're not going. And I think we're pulling that, well, we weren't going to go anyways. So, we decided not to go before you decided not to go. I think they realize that they're being used. How many of these peace talks are you going to go to come to a deal just to have the president announce the deal to pump the stock market, to then announce that it's no deal on the weekend, to then have another meeting, to then announce that it's on again during, at some point you start to, I would imagine at some point you start to feel used. Yeah, the real danger comes from the proxies. The Houthis and all of their sub proxies. But let me show you how crazy, and not even, I don't want to say crazy, but let me show you how crazy these people are. Before all of this shit happened, if you go back and you Google, there was constant fights in the Strait between the Navy and the Houthis. But the crazy part about that is that the Houthis aren't like Iranian military. Like, these are dudes in dinghies with RPGs and shit, bouncing RPGs off of naval destroyers and getting blown out of the water like some nutso shit. Like, I'm a troll, but I'm not going on that mission with y'all. Marvel? Yeah, I'll take a look. Yeah, I mean, well-trained is one thing, but outgunned, like, I don't care how great you are with your aim, you're just bouncing RPGs off of a massive steel wall. Like, that shit is, maybe you scratch some paint. Like, the risk reward on that is crazy. But yeah, I would imagine that they'd have to be well trained if they even consider going on a type of mission like that. Like a suicide mission for real. Yeah, I'm not mad. I mean, you know, couldn't be me. I've never been a big like in school. I didn't have any team spirit. Like that's the best way I can like you know like school spirit week. I never showed up in the team colors. So I'm definitely not attacking a naval destroyer with an RPG for a country. It's just not built like that. It's a nice run on this. What is it? Nice strong uptrend. See, the difference between this and Rave is that you're actually seeing price act the way it's supposed to. Right? It's not artificially being kept from mean reverting. I know nothing about this project. I'm just looking at the chart. That's a good chart right there, the 3-day. So you notice how, and this is what you want to look for. This is a natural moving chart, right? Even though it's parabolic and even though it looks crazy, look at the mean reversion, right? We talk about this all the time. You get your W to get in, you get your 1350, right? Price, for the most part, will come back and revert to the mean on the 50. 50, 50, 50, right? But as your EMAs start to get fanned out, you start to get deeper corrections. So the deepest correction that you can get is to the 800. Right? But most of the times it'll come down to the 200. So you get 50 mean reversion, mean reversion, mean reversion, and then full sweep, 200, 800. And then you go back 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 800. Fifty, 50, 50, 50, 50. You see how it fans? And then boom, 200, 800. And then again, 50, 200, 200, 200, 800, 200, 200. That's a good chart. Crazy move, right? But that's just to show how something can be parabolic and still be moving the way a chart is supposed to move. When you don't see that, something's stopping that from happening. Right? When you look at the chart and it just looks like this, right? And you're not getting these mean reversions. Right? Something's stopping that from happening algorithmically. Right? And that usually means that when it does finally happen, you see the difference. Not a single correction this whole time. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Never came back to correct to the 200. Never came back to correct to the 800. And then finally flushed. Right? Massive gaps. So this is what we mean when we say this coin is in need of a correction. And this coin isn't. Well, wasn't. It is now. Wait, wrong one. All right, so let's get rid of all this. So this is in need of a correction, correct? Fanned out from everything, right? Every time we've seen a move like that, price is stalled out. Right, for the EMAs to catch up. Even if it's not, you have to wait, right? You can't short yet. So you go down lower time frames, obviously. Right? Nothing really screaming short here yet. Unless maybe you come all the way down to the micro. Yeah. Right, so type 1, type 2. Still waiting for that to play out. That would be your M pattern invalidation. And this would be your third push on the micro. So you had a continuation here. Let me show you. I don't like this part of the chart, but I'll show you why in a second. So you had your W pattern, your rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3 retrace, right? It's supposed to go into an M, ends up going into a W, but then look, you start going into unnatural price action, right? That's why it creates that bearish channel. Somebody was suppressing price right here. You should have had retracements to the 200. Then eventually that breaks. You get the correction you needed. And it goes back into the swing. W pattern, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. So now we're looking at a rise 3 with an M that could possibly turn into a W for a continuation, but you're watching to see if it holds range. And then we'll go to the macro. W pattern, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. And you haven't formed anything on the hourly yet, right? You're just on your third push on the hourly. And then we go back to the daily. Come on, let me get... I'm going to have to go bigger than the daily just to draw the W. You got your W pattern, right? Rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. All right, so now that you see that on the weekly and on the daily, you're on a rise 3. On the 4-hour, you're on a rise 3 that hasn't formed the top yet. Hold on. On the 15-minute, you still could possibly have. No, you just had a really big rise 3. Yeah. Even on the 15-minute, you've just got an abnormal rise 3 that's bigger than your rise 2. Yeah. There's 1. There's 2. Rise 3. With no top yet. And then on the 5-minute, you're at the top of your rise 3, but you are starting to form some bearishness. Now, if you can manage to keep all of those different fractals for the different time frames in your brain while you're trading, then you are ahead of the game. Because that's just not easy. Zusi? He's just been off. We told you guys during the bear market, a lot of people sort of go chill and do their thing. Like over a year ago, I said when the bear market hits, I expect to be the only voice on the mic for a pretty long period of time. For the most part, anyways. And rightfully so, man. People grinded out that last bull market. You know, some of the family, we were here at 28 when we were still waiting for it to get down to 15. Then rode that all the way up through all the FUD, World War III, all the tariffs. Yeah, I don't blame anybody for taking some time off. Look, I say things and people think I'm crazy, right? But then other people say it and they're like, oh, this guy's a freaking genius. Let me see if I can find this. When it's on Forbes, then everybody takes it serious. The owner of Palantir came out and predicted that AI agents would be the next big move in adoption for Bitcoin. People are still limited in their heads by how many humans are on the planet when they do the math to see how quick adoption's gonna come in. Right? What they're not taking into consideration is that these AI agents are spawning thousands of their own AI agents, and they all have crypto wallets. The second that they start getting to the actual bag, where it's not like my owner gave me some money to buy him some shit. It's like I have money from the jobs that I've done for my owner. But there's people on Twitter that their agents are trading for them, and they're telling their agents, as a reward, if you do good, we'll get you your own Bitcoin wallet so you can trade for your own. Da, 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 da. So yeah, the amount of transactions and the adoption isn't limited by the amount of humans on the planet. They have to pay each other somehow. It's not going to be with dollars, you know. They can't hand each other a dollar bill.
Yo, D, the other day you made a comment about the S&P being a better investment than Big. I don't know. You didn't say investment, but you were comparing it to Bitcoin and why you would trust that more. Can you break that down a little more? Because it doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't
Have
understand what you said. I said what? That the S&P is a better investment than Bitcoin?
the S&P.
I
Didn't
don't
you
I don't remember saying that.
blew off top or something?
Well, what I was saying was that big money sees it as a better investment, right? Because it's in price discovery now versus Bitcoin that has all the walls above it. But me personally, I wouldn't touch S&P at these levels. I'm waiting to short this shit. But yeah, when the money during the war had to make a decision where to go, right? They went into oil, then they got wrecked on oil, then they looked at Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was low. They jumped in Bitcoin and they had fun for a little while. But when S&P started to move and push towards all-time highs, right, that became the better play. And I think that's what ended up sucking out some of that liquidity that we had. Everybody likes a winner, you know? It's just, yeah, it's just a lot easier to get people excited about AI and legacy than it is to get them excited about crypto, right? Like, they still have recent memory of Nvidia and S&P going crazy. Bitcoin's just been kind of boring. Here's another one that everybody thought I was crazy for when I said it. And now it's everywhere. Energy lockdowns could be coming. The perfect storm. Prepare for energy lockdowns. The ghost of 2020 COVID crisis is beginning to reappear in the corridors of the EU. What is an energy lockdown? Iran wars triggers global power crisis. I promise y'all that I'm not a tin hat kind of person. Like, I'll do it for fun, but I'll always tell you that I'm on my conspiracy shit. If I'm on my conspiracy shit. One minute charts for when you want to feel alive. My 1 minute chart is just sniper confirmation for like a 5 minute setup, mostly. But honestly, you really can't trade effectively on any time frame as long as you react as quick as the time frame that you're on. Right? Like a bull flag on the 1 second, right, will play out, but it'll play out in 1 second. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't leave a lot of time for you to make decisions. But doing 1 second TA, I think, is a really good exercise. I have fun when we go into like 5 second, 3 second TA mode. Because you get to see the concepts that we talk about play out really quickly, right? You don't have to wait an hour. In like an hour, you can watch 7 different swings and it's very controlled, this drop. So I know we're just on the 5 second, right? But let's try to read into market makers' motivation here a little bit. If you know that they can provide capital whenever they want and they can refuse to provide it whenever they want. And we know when there's red candles, they're setting longs. When there's green candles, they're setting shorts. Now, we can look at the price action, right, and say, okay, what have they been doing? Right? So right away we can tell that every move to the down, every move to the downside, they haven't hesitated to provide the liquidity for it. Right? That's one thing. 2, we can see that they're not really participating much in the moves up until retail proves that they're bullish. Right here, we didn't get any. We got 1 candle and it was a stopping volume candle to try to stop price. And then another candle, which was also a stopping volume candle to try to stop price. And then when it was time to break the lows, market maker gave the liquidity for that. Right? So intentionality, we can see that he's supporting moves to the downside. But what is he doing about the longs that he's setting? Right? If he's supporting moves to the downside, then why is he setting longs? Well, if you notice, he's taken all of those longs, right? He's recovered all of these vectors. There's longs here that weren't recovered. But for the most part, every one of these red vectors to the downside, right, has a corresponding candle that filled those orders. Okay, so we know he's providing liquidity to the downside, and we know that he's not taking any risks of not being able to fill these orders by leaving them for later. So that tells me that market maker wants to go down, A, and B, doesn't have a lot of confidence in the market's ability to go up on its own without him providing the liquidity. This chart, in my opinion, would look different if market maker had confidence in price going up on his own. Because remember, they don't pay for the trip, right? So they use sentiment when they can. This would look different in my opinion. You would probably have a red vector like this, and then you would have a bull flag, and then a red vector, and then a bull flag, and then a red vector. And then we'd be looking at unrecovered vectors there, unrecovered vectors there, because market maker wouldn't be in a rush to fill them because he knows that all he has to do is stop dumping and price would naturally come back up. Does that make sense? Again, incredibly subjective, right? We'll never know if it's right, but that's just a sort of like glimpse into my head of what I think about when I'm trying to figure out what market maker's trying to do here. Well, we'll test the theory. If we have a down move here, market makers should provide liquidity for it. Is the chat still on sub only? Anybody know? Let me check. It is? Let's take it off of sub only for a second. My bad, chat. I didn't mean to have y'all locked up for so long. What you mean, bro? They're gonna come in and they're gonna be perfect gentlemen and ladies, bro. I can never figure out how to do this when the time comes to do it, though. It's community moderation, I think, right? Yeah, I got it. I think. Nah, I lied. I don't got it. It's grayed out. I see it, but it's grayed out. It says who could post viewer posts on. What do you mean you can't turn this on because I appreciate you, Klumi. Free to chat. That's probably why the likes have been so low. They're like, bro, I can't even type and you want me to like? What are you tripping? I'm waiting for a day of real euphoria. Like, I think that it probably has one more blow off top in it. But I'm basically looking for exhaustion, right? I'm looking for signs of seller exhaustion. We're not really seeing that just yet. Yep. That's why we did it. You're gonna come chill. Let me get that sub. Crazy thing is, like, it's free to sub, and it makes it easier for you to like find the channel and the new videos and all that. Like, it's literally just a win-win, and people still don't do it. It's crazy. I think it's just human nature. I'll be honest with you. Before I started my YouTube channel, there was a lot of channels that I watched all the time that I never subbed to. Just because, like, you know how YouTube is. Once you watch a channel, it'll sort of just put their shit up on the screen, you know? Like, it's never hard to find. But ever since I started the channel, I've definitely been subbing. So you're easy is what you're saying. And here I thought, you know, that I earned the sub. I'm just saying. I didn't say it. You did. That's funny. Wait, what do you mean shopping channels? And tell me that y'all have channels that just help you spend money. Oh, I was about to say, oh shit, fellas, we're screwed. There's a whole industry behind this. Oh. Nah, I don't think guys realize some of the shit that some of the tricks that I've learned from girls when it comes to shopping are OD. Remember I went to this girl's house, she had probably like 20, 30 bags of clothes. I was like, damn. She's like, I'm just trying stuff on. Like, what do you mean? Like, you bought all of this shit? She's like, yeah, most of it's going back. Like, it's just click on the things that I want. I order everything, try it on at home, figure out what I like, what I don't like, and then just return most of it. I was like, wait, what? You could do that? like, like you do that on purpose? Low key brilliant. It would never work for me though. I got a room in the back of storage of items that are supposed to go back that have never gone back and are probably never going to go back. Most of them are already past the time where I could send them back. Just a bunch of shit that I don't need, but I can never get around to like returning it. I have a garage sale. Companies know that though, right? Companies would be like, but it's free. Just take it 30 days. If you don't like it, send it back. No problem. We won't charge you or anything. You know damn well I'm not sending this shit back. Come on. You guys probably have a list of people to contact where it's people who never send shit back. We're like one of the high valued lists that they sell back and forth to each other. Perfect targets. It just seems like so much of a hassle, right? You're like, damn, I get in the car, go to the, get a box. Where's the box for this thing? I don't even know where the box is. Yep. That's why it's important when you pick a partner that you pick a partner that's the opposite of you. Because somebody got to send the shit back to Amazon, you know? I'll kill all the roaches. You send all the shit back to Amazon. You live happily ever after. Oh my God, this thing is getting so cheap, y'all. I wanted it under a mil and we're at 274K. I'm sitting on my hands though. Remember I said for the next move down, watch to see if market maker provides the liquidity.
What's down to 274K?
What happened?
You said something came down to 274K.
74K. Yeah, probably.
Oh, 74K. Then you said 274K, like it was the market cap to it.
Oh, no, yeah. My bad. The other thing, yeah, it's a $274,000 market cap right now.
Oh, SMCS.
This is one of the zero human companies I was talking about that I told everybody do not take this trade right now. This is something that I'm looking at to turn into something, but do not take it. Hope nobody ignored that. But shit, drop it down to 100K for all I care.
Yeah. That's cheap.
Yep. As long as the team keeps building and nothing changes, I'm okay with it getting cheap. I'm just watching it every day. If anything changes with the team, then I'll jump ship, right? There's plenty of other zero human companies out. Because they don't have it, H. They're only going to sell you paper because they're lying about having it. To sell spot, they have to have it. But they can sell you paper futures contracts, right? They let you trade the price of the coin, or they can open a coin that's balanced to the price of that asset, so you can trade crypto gold or crypto silver, right? Yeah, that just means that whoever settles, excuse me, whoever provides settlement for them, right, is holding gold. And you have to see, because just because they sell spot doesn't mean that you get deliverables. Like, you got to check the fine print and make sure that you're not just trading paper. But most people aren't going to ask for deliverables anyways. I think that's why they get away with it so much. Yeah, that's why. That's to save themselves from you being like, okay, well then let me get my gold here. Exchange it for me.
Yeah, I just looked at that price action on gun. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll peg the price to it, H. The price will be the same.
It did a 3x from the bottom.
Rave?
Gun.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah. Damn, that's crazy, that little move there. Shit just goes to show you, y'all, when things are really, when you start getting down to a penny or underneath a penny, the multiples are crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like a lot. The difference between 1 penny and 2 pennies doesn't seem like a lot. Right? But it's literally twice as much. It's just low, so it doesn't seem like it. But when you start to trade, you obviously notice it right away, right? Because if you pick this up at a penny, you would have pulled a 3x there. If you picked it up at 2 pennies, 58%. Big difference. Now run that forward. Let's say that you're at the bottom. Right? Let's say this is the bottom of the market. And let's just assume all-time highs. 14x, right? But if you picked it up at 2 pennies, 7x. Big difference. Massive difference in the long run. But on the chart, it's just buying here or buying here. That's why patience, bro. Patience pays off. There's a couple of stages we got to go through for our targets to the downside. Right? We're looking to complete that M pattern. So we're looking at 73.7-ish. But we have our downtrend to contend with. So this is going to depend on time. Actually, no, it doesn't. It'll be underneath that point anyways. So yeah, I'm looking at 737. If this doesn't fractal into a W, which it still can. So simply put, if we don't break this downtrend, then I'm looking for 737. If we break this downtrend, then we've got to look for volume and see if we have a possibility to actually come up and make another run. Even if it's just mean reversion or reverting to resistance. The 3-day has to come all the way down underneath 736. You basically have to put in a new low before Wednesday. But remember, this is still a perfect 3-day. Right. So far, we've got 1 day up, 1 day down. Right, 1 day up, 1 day down, 1 day up, 3-day. 1 day up, 1 day down, 1 day lower high, 3-day. 1 day up, 1 day down, 1 day up, 3-day. As long as it doesn't take out the lows. What I would like to see is a push, because I've got a runner left. What I would like to see is a push to build this W, but a push that fails. Right? Whether this comes down here or here, doesn't matter. But I want it to come up, clear that W, squeeze that liquidity, right? End up just being a liquidity sweep, and then rolls over. If I could make it happen the way I want to happen. But the runner isn't that big, right? If I have to eat that runner, it's not a big deal. I'll just wait for the next move up and TP on it if it looks like there's still weakness. It's like less than 10% of the whole position, so. Well, that's one of the beauties of what Satoshi did with the Bitcoin cycle. Right? A lot of people like to give him credit for the obvious things, right? Like solving the Byzantine generals dilemma, taking care of double spend, the security of Bitcoin. But I think one of the probably more brilliant things that he did had to do with timing. Nobody understands global liquidity, in my opinion, more than Satoshi did. And it's obvious by how he set up the halvings. So people put a lot of faith into the halving, and they think that supply shock of, less than the Bitcoin split in half, the amount of daily emissions, blah, blah, blah. To me, that doesn't matter. That's very, very small, right? Back here, maybe it mattered. Right? At this point, it doesn't. The amount of daily Bitcoin that's being mined is being absorbed immediately, as it is right now. Right? Microstrategy alone is eating every daily Bitcoin for the most part once they buy. So then what is it, right? Then we know it's the commodities. I mean, we know it's the liquidity cycle. We know it's the 4-year cycle. And the 4-year cycle runs on what we now know to be the Bitcoin cycle, right? The timing of the 4-year cycle has always been this, as far back as we can go. That's why you can see ES respecting the Bitcoin cycle before Bitcoin was even born, right? Just as a proof that it's the actual mover. But what Satoshi did is Satoshi could have placed the halving anywhere, right? But Satoshi placed the halving right before the president of the United States gets elected, which is the world reserve currency, right? Right as the global liquidity cycle is starting to pick up. So to answer your question, it's a pretty high percentage, right? We tend to go parabolic after presidents are elected. It has nothing to do with the actual president, though. This is what I keep trying to explain. I've never been a Kamala fan, but it didn't matter who became president as far as how the cycle would have played out. Now, Bitcoin Reserve, Ross getting out of jail, the crypto-friendly administration we have, excuse me, all of that we can attribute to him. Can't take that away from him. But this cycle would have continued with or without him. Right? When he stood up at the Bitcoin conference and he took credit for the last time he was president, when he took credit for 2018, that was crazy. Like in a room full of maxis, he was like, elect me, we'll be fine. You remember what happened last time, right? Like, yeah, we remember what happened last time. Bull market, the way that it's always supposed to. Okay. The only thing that will affect the cycle is something that affects global liquidity. Right? If a president being elected isn't enough to change the cycle, to shift the global liquidity cycle, then you can't expect Bitcoin to do anything different. They are contracting already, right? We don't have to guess at it. We can see it when you go to log. Right? You can notice two things when you look at this chart. Our bull markets are getting less aggressive. Right? As you can tell, because we're rolling, right? It looks like we're curving over. And our bear markets are getting less steep. Now, our bull markets are getting less aggressive by a higher percentage each cycle than our bear markets are getting less steep. Right? We had 92%, 87%, or no, we had this was a 92%, this was 80 something percent, this was 85%, this was 77%. This was the biggest drop that we've had, or the biggest jump that we've had. So if we run that forward, right, let's say the last jump was from 85 to 77. So let's run the next one to 70, right? Or let's add to it. Screw it. Let's not do 70. Let's be super liberal and say that we're going to get that same, or let's say we're getting at 60. We'll take a whole 17% off of it, which would be a massive anomaly. Right? Even at a 60% retracement, you're looking at 50. At a 70% retracement, which is what I think we're going to get, you're looking at 38. Will I be waiting for 38? No, I will not. As soon as I hit my base case, 48, I'll start loading up. But a 70% drop would get us that. Last bear market, we had a 77% drop, which would have got us to 28. Right? If we only get a 75% drop, 31. But if we do the math, let's just do the math. We're here, right? 93%. %. Right? So 5% difference. Negative 5% diminished returns to the bottom. Then this bull market, we had 86. Right, so that's a negative 3% diminished return. So the diminished returns were actually diminishing, right, until this bear market. W sub, appreciate you, BMW. W 12 months, Slick. So now we look at our last bear market where we got about 77%. It says 79, but it was 77. Right, so we're looking at a negative 9. That's the biggest jump that we've ever had. Negative 9%. Right, so let's just assume. I mean, y'all tell me. 5%, 3%, 9%. What do you think the suitable percentage drop is? We don't have a pattern, right? So the only viable thing that we could do really is take an average. But it's not going to be less, in my opinion, than 9. So let's err on the side of it being more than 9, with the average jump between them being about 6-7%, just to be on the aggressive side, right? We want to err on the side of higher prices, not lower prices when we're doing this. So that would mean instead of the 77%, we'd be looking for 70. 70 would be 37. If we were looking for 65, it would be 43. Right? If we took a whole 12 off of it, it would be 65. If we took a whole 20 off of it, you're still looking at 54K. Right? My point being is that if we bottomed already, we only dropped 52% during this bear market. I can't square that circle. Me personally. I mean, I can't. What you would be saying is that we're in a super cycle then. Right? One of two things would have to be true. Either this isn't a bear market at all. This is a super cycle. We're about to get a blow off top the way that Legacy did. Everybody's wrong. Or we come down and for some reason this support is so strong that we do this until October and then go. But to believe that, then you have to believe that market maker is going to allow for all of this liquidity to build up as everybody goes long, because we've been sitting here for 6 months going sideways, and not sweep it. I mean, it's possible, but what this looks like to me is this. Right? Price came down even more, 70% at this point. 70% drop. And then went sideways for months. And then what happened? Right? Exactly what I said. You can't go sideways for this long and allow this many people to go long and build all that liquidity underneath and not snatch it before you go. So that only leaves one option then for us to have hit bottom, which would be that this is a super cycle and that we're not going to have a bear market. because legacy is going to continue to run. Trump is going to pump our bags, and we're just going to skip the entire downturn of global liquidity. Now, most of the people that are saying we hit bottom, they're not saying any of those things. But the reason that I'm saying it is because you have to realize that even if you're not saying it, if you think that this is the bottom, that's what you're saying, right? You're saying that in one of the lowest liquidity, lackluster bull markets we've ever had, we're going to get half of the drop that we're supposed to, right? At a time when nobody's paying attention to crypto and nobody cares. And legacy cannot retrace for that. For that thesis to play out, legacy has to keep making all-time highs for the next 3 years. Think about that for a second. It was the worst, bro. Those sideways periods, what we've got coming out ahead of us is the absolute worst, right? You're going to get the euphoria, the panic, and all of that from the prices actually dropping. And then you're going to get sucked out of every ounce of dopamine in your body during that sideways move. Yeah, I'm thinking it's possible, Kat. I'm still looking for them to take that CME gap tomorrow. So I'm okay with just hanging out here. Leave the impulsive move for tomorrow, take that out, and go into midweek reversal with market maker taking out all his targets nice and clean. And then next week we can have our first week where we're actually following the market maker swing and not trading momentum for an entire week beginning to end. Yeah, crypto winter is usually during regular people's summer. Well, unless you're on the other side of the world. I have a feeling that this one is going to be even more dead for us. Hear me out. If the only people here right now spending money are legacy or institutions, right? For the most part, and then us degens and shit. What do you think happens when they go to their summer homes in the Hamptons and go chill on their yachts? And it's not just them, it's the office. Office is shut down. Everybody's in the Hamptons chilling. From the boss to the secretary. It just becomes a really low liquidity, sort of drawn out, dead environment. Yeah, it sucks all the money out of the market. Not only that, but another piece of news, which I told you guys about, that just came in today. Which is something that I would like people to explain to me how we're supposed to pump through this. Trump administration takes steps to refund $166 billion in tariffs after the Supreme Court rules that he has to pay everybody back. Where do you think that money's coming from? What do you think happens when you have to suck $166 billion out of the market? Now, it'll end up in the hands of people that will spend the money, right? The problem is that it'll end up in the hands of people who are just getting money back that they already had. You know? So that's gonna create a liquidity drain. Where it's gonna come out of is the TGA, the Treasurer General's account. Right? That's how the United States pays its bills. The problem is that when the Treasurer General's account empties, they have to refill it with the reverse repo. This is where things get a little complicated. Give me a second. This is the overnight reverse repo repurchase. United States makes a deal with banks. The banks sit their money in the reverse repo overnight, and they get paid for it from the U.S. government for allowing the U.S. government to use that money as needed, right? The reverse repo is used. Is there a TGA chart? Hold on. There has to be. All right, give me a second. I'll find it over here. We at least need to know what the total is. So we're looking for the Treasury General account. The government has two bank accounts that it uses, right? One is the reverse repo. One is the Treasury General's account. There it is. All right, this is a government site, so watch out for the flashbang. I know, it's bad. So this is the Treasury General's account, right? This is where we are right now. The government currently has $751 million in the Treasury General's account. Because this is by the mill. Give me 1 second to the 680. I mean, not million, billion. 686 billion right now. So when Trump took office, we were at $850 billion in the Treasury General's account. Right? This is what we use to pay bills. This is what we use to pay workers. This is what, this is like, if it was your house, this would be the main account that all your bills get paid from, basically. When Powell wouldn't cut rates, right, to turn the money printer on, Trump started draining the Treasury General's account to get the things that he needed to get done, right? He drained the Treasury General's account all the way down to 300 bill at the lowest. When that happens, two things happen. One, if there's money here, right? If there's money in the reverse repo, then they'll use it to refill the Treasury General's account, right? Look at 2022 here. See how the Treasury General account got down to only 83 billion, right? Well, the reverse repo was at all-time highs at that point. So the reverse repo gets drained to fill back up the Treasury General's account. The problem is that we can't get anybody to balance the damn budget, so we keep spending. Right? So then 2023 is when we took the big hit. Right? This sort of paid to bring us back up. And then 2023 here, this big drop down where we drained was to bring us back up and to stabilize that Treasury General's account. That Treasury General's account was stable for about 2 years, or about a year. And then that's when Trump came in, Now, you notice how the Treasury General account went up, but the reverse repo didn't drop anymore? I mean, it continued to drop, but it never popped up, right? They just keep draining. So they've never refilled this. As fast as the banks put money into the reverse repo, we're pulling it out and putting it into the TGA. Right? Now look at the problem we're having. We're at 750. Oh, well, first of all, the way that we were able to refill this here specifically without the reverse repo going up and being drained was the Fed. Right? The Fed had to start buying bonds. So now the problem is this. If we've got to spend 166 bill out of this to pay people back for those tariffs, right? That's going to bring us all the way down to about these levels. Look at the reverse repo right now. The reverse repo for your family would be considered your emergency bank account. Car breaks down, kid breaks his leg, whatever, right? How comfortable would you feel if your family's emergency account looked like this and you had $166 billion to pay? So the way that this works is banks will start to suck money out of the economy, fill the reverse repo, and the reverse repo will then be used to fill the TGA. Until the TGA is filled, then that doesn't stop. Right? The Fed has an obligation to help keep the TGA filled, which means that the money printer goes burr, but all that burr ends up here and not in our pockets until the US government then spends it, and then now it goes into the economy. You get what I mean? So when you see things like this, at a time when you're expecting to have liquidity to be able to pump to go to all-time highs and to super cycle, and then you look at the government bank account, and then you look at the emergency bank account, and then you look at the fact that the Fed can't cut rates because of oil prices, it all starts to add up to not too good. You know what I mean? So again, my question is, where does the money come from? All right, cool. Want to go to all-time highs. We're going to go to 150, 180. We're going to go crazy. Cool. Where does the money come from? Who's going to pay for it? So, in my opinion, in bear markets, we welcome bad news. We don't fight it. We embrace it. Right? We hate it at the tops. You can't stand the FUD at the tops that's killing the party. But the shit that happens during the bear market, right? It's not a coincidence that there's so much FUD, because there's so many people that benefit from the thing going down. Yeah, it's a world asset, but that world is running on a world reserve currency. I would love for that to be right. I would love for it not to affect the planet, but that's not where we're at. You know how much foreign investment there is in our markets, right? We're not isolated anymore. You know, globalization is here. And just recent news is obvious, right? Just you drop a rock in you drop a rock in the Strait of Hormuz and the ripples make it all the way to the other side of the world. Yeah, and that's the power struggle that we talk about, Price, right? That's the 500-year cycle we're talking about. The leading world power, world reserve currency, getting fat, starting to slow down. The number 2 underneath, spotting the weakness, sort of preparing itself, right, to take advantage of the flip. And then you throw Bitcoin into the mix, where now you've got people in the world saying, maybe I don't want the next reserve currency to be tied to a country. And then we don't have to deal with all of this shit. Right? This entire war we're dealing with is because the world reserve currency is tied to a country, and that country, the strength of that country's petrodollar is what's kept it. Exactly. That's exactly what BRICS is trying to do, right? Everybody's trying to jockey. Big money knows, man, and big money thinks way longer than we do, right? A 500-year cycle is insane. We're only 250 years, 260 years through it. But for countries, right, we're past that halfway point. It's time to start getting ready for what that next world order is going to look like. And not in like a, not in like a tin hat conspiracy new world order kind of way, but just literally, right? The order in which the world is run changes as that 500-year cycle turns. Well, we can see what they're doing already, right? In my opinion, they've already given up on the petrodollar. Why do you think there's been such a strong push to get into the stablecoin dollar? To back stablecoins and make sure that we're 1,000% okay with it as long as you're holding US debt, right? To back your. So if we're right and everything is going on chain in the future, then the stablecoin dollar will be more valuable than the petrodollar. You get what I mean? Like, there's a way to save it. And like I said, there's still 250 years left. Right? I don't think we make it through a whole 500-year empire cycle with the dollar based off petrol. I just don't. Like, it needs to change, in my opinion. We need to go back to where it's backed by something. So it's honestly kind of brilliant if you think about it. Yeah, crypto is global, right? But when crypto is taken into stables, when profits taken into stables, those stables are forced to buy U.S. bills and U.S. bonds. So what you're doing is you're ensuring the strength of the dollar going into the future, even when everything becomes digital, unless the whole concept of stablecoin changes over time, right? But the way that it's set up right now, and we had this, now that I'm working on something that's going to let me go through all the old lives, like 3 years back, right? Even from the other channel that we were on. But we've had conversations about stable coins are here to destroy the dollar. Bitcoin's here to destroy the dollar, replace the dollar. And one of the arguments that I always made is, not necessarily, everything that we're trading, we're pricing in dollars. And with the stablecoin bill that came through, that now opens up stablecoins for banks and opens up stablecoins for commerce, anything that you can buy online, like that's a massive pool. Right? That's what you call use case. So I think that going down this route ensures the dominance of the US dollar for at least my lifetime. But that doesn't mean that you don't see the cracks in the wheel. We were on another channel, but dude would never share my charts or anything. I spent 2 years teaching people TA with words, which, to be fair, is kind of why I'm so good at explaining things. Like, literally, imagine if y'all been here for the whole year and you had to look at somebody else's chart, but I was the only one talking, and I had to explain all of this shit with words. I did that for 2 years. Little inverse head and shoulders action, roughly. But we'll watch this W. Yeah, it would have been clean if it did, but you don't really need it. My food should be here soon. I'm starving. That takes us in through this heat. And maybe to grab the little piece of that CME that's left. Yeah, that's how I feel about everything, H. I don't ever regret shit. I mean, you regret it, but everything, you know, everything you go through makes you who you are. What I regret the most about that time is that I broke my own rules. But I feel like I did it for a good reason. Got really close to everybody that was in the channel, and like doing anything to split it up always just felt like the wrong thing to do, right? Even if things weren't perfect. Because I know how it is with communities, bro. Like, they split easy. So I used to just err on the side of keeping everybody together. Excuse me. But I definitely broke my rules, man. There's 3 rules you should never break. Always do what you love. Never do it for somebody else, and never do it for free. Guess I'm still kind of breaking one of those, but not really. Yeah, it's like it happened at a time where a lot of people weren't on too. So that was another thing. I'm like, damn, everybody's gonna come back online and be like, what happened? Yeah, in a way, the right shoulder is a little deeper than I would like it, or the left shoulder is a little deeper than I would like it. But either way, it doesn't matter, right? Inverse head and shoulders are just W patterns with a shoulder attached. The measured move is exactly the same. So I like to keep calling the head and shoulders for when they're perfect. Right? Any sort of imperfection, I just err on the side of the W pattern. Because basically the same same measured move, right? Let's say you were looking at that. Same measured move, same invalidation. Right? The probabilities are different, but only because Bukowski cheated a little bit. Probabilities of W's when they play out hitting 100% is in the high 60s. The probability breakout of a W is in like the high 70s. The probability breakout for head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders are 100%. Now I know that sounds crazy because we've all seen head and shoulders fail, right? So how can it be 100%? Well, he thought it would be cute to add a little rule for head and shoulders, which I still don't understand to this day. But by his rules, this is not a head and shoulders. This doesn't become a head and shoulders until price breaks. Therefore, every head and shoulders has 100% break. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, all right, well, damn, if we're going to do that, you know, if that's how we're going to do it, then let's not play favorites. But for the most part, that's how I look at most patterns, right? This W pattern is not a W pattern until it breaks. But I don't attribute percentages to it based off of that. It's misleading. Like I could see somebody reading Bukowski, seeing a head and shoulders, and then YOLOing in because it's 100%, right? Without reading the entire book, just looking at the PDFs or whatever. But I would say that they have roughly the same percentage, right? It's slightly more bullish if you think of the psychology. Like think of the psychology of the move. Price comes down to the first shoulder. People are like, oh shit, it's bearish. They put in a new low. They're super bearish at this point, right? Because they've already got two catalysts to make them think that price is coming down. And then price holds a higher high. Oh, exciting. And then it breaks. People FOMO, right? Because it's the contrast of the emotions. Going from this bearishness of a feeling to that bit of hope makes this pattern, in my opinion, more bullish than just a regular W pattern. But it has more to do with psychology than anything else.
Also, the point that you make, all the people that shorted the top on that particular pattern right there had their stop loss there or their liquidation.
Yep.
So when you finally do break, you're gonna get an immediate shock of all the people getting liquidated.
Yep, exactly. The fact that it's a inverse head and shoulder gives you one more spot where people short. Right? When you take a W pattern, like let's say this comes down from a drop, you go up in a W, all of these guys short. W breaks out, you lick them. With an inverse head and shoulder, they also shorted here. So all of this is full. And you get a nice big bump out of it. Good night, H. I need to go get some food. No, when H wakes up, it's time for me to go to sleep. When she goes to sleep, it's time for me to eat. Little do you know, I use you guys as indicators for my regular everyday life. I got some Wagyu cheesesteak today. I haven't had it in a while. I'm about to splurge. Ram, I appreciate you, brother. We're here every day, 24 days a week. Make sure you come back. W sub. Nah, it's so good, Slick. It's like disrespectfully delicious. Like for some people, just the idea of grabbing some wagyu and chopping it up and covering it in cheese whiz and wrapping it in bread is like they just want to slap the shit out of you for even having the nerve to be that disrespectful to such a quality piece of meat. But I'm sorry, man. If you love cheesesteaks, you're gonna absolutely love a wagyu cheesesteak. Yeah, I mean, you guys make it easier to have it on 24 hours though, because when I'm not on, like, you guys are already family. You guys are chopping it up in chat. You're welcoming new people. You know what I mean? At times where it's more active, there's people on voice. So, I mean, you guys make it easy for me to run it like this. If it wasn't for y'all, then yeah, this would probably be like 4-hour streams or something once a day. Yeah, the mods keep everybody, together. You guys, for the most part, don't give them that hard of a, for the most part, don't give them that hard of a job. Just feel like it's cool. Like everybody's here for the same reason, to the point where, like, if somebody comes in for the wrong reason, they stand out like a sore thumb. You know what I mean? Everybody just pounces on them. It's great. Yeah, I'm here to provide CA for both flat earthers and round earthers. We don't discriminate here. All right, let me drop this invalidation for this W. Put on a little intel with the surf scalp. All right, we're plugged back in. Yeah, we haven't broken out of this W yet. A bit of patience. We still got 36 hours to get that CME gap above. All right, good people. I'm going to go get my fat boy on and I'll be back.
Yeah.
What's going on, y'all? Come on, baby. Get me out of my runner. What is up with this shit? Wrong bird's eye. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, so we see the count. Rise 1, rise 2. Rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, CME. Rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, CME, TP. Nah, I'm just degening. Ignore all that.
I just realized a little while ago that your teachings are rubbing off on me.
The who? The what?
Your teachings have been rubbing off on me.
Nice, good.
Pause.
In a good way, hopefully.
Yeah. I was bummed because I'm like, I can't find any trades. This sucks. I found a couple. Then I was like, but I have a little bit more money than I had before. Not a lot, but I normally would have had a lot less. So, the last few months. So then I'm like, wait, is this a bad thing that I haven't been able to find trades? I mean, it really hasn't. There's been lucky trades, but not really.
It just means that you're being more selective. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm looking at more now. And I missed some trades because I'm like, it looks like an M, and it just doesn't do it. but more times than not, it was maybe something I normally would have gotten into, and I see something that makes me hesitate, and then I'm glad I didn't.
It's good.
So thank you.
You know, they're not all going to be perfect, but we're going to get to the chapter on the quantitative edge where we actually quantify what your edge is. But they're not all going to be perfect. But being patient, right? Forgetting the ones that are 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5. Those are going to be the ones with the, 70%, 80% win rates.
I knew that to be a good trader, you had to trade less. But
Yeah.
now it's actually happening.
You'll notice most good strategies, when you start getting into back testing, most good strategies, like whenever you make an improvement that improves the percentage win on that strategy, like something that bumps it up from like a 50 to 70%, it 1000% will take less trades every time. The higher the percentage, the less trades get taken. Right? Because I mean, the truth is, there just isn't millions of amazing trades every day. Right? They come when they come, and then all the other time we're just trying to make shit work.
I think I hesitated from longing just because we're in a bear market. But I mean, that's okay. I didn't need to get into this trade.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would have made some money, but I don't know. We're in a bear market, and I just didn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, it's not like it's the
And that's
beginning
okay.
of the move either, right? Like this is just a
Right.
continuation to a top, so it's always dangerous at these highs.
That's true too. How much was left?
Shrink that gap, baby. When we were looking at, but when I was looking at how I thought this would play out, there was a lot of resistance to the idea of coming down to these 1 and 2 targets and still being able to come back up and clear CME. But we've seen crazier things happen. For sure. There's only one target 3, the big target 3 that all the bulls are salivating over. That big leftover that big leftover gap. Even if you don't count your pushes here, if you just remember the rule of 3s, right? 3 big vector pushes in one move. And it's not just one vector, it's right, the clusters. So this gas is really the only fuel here. Market makers should be close to exhaustion. He put a lot of money in the game to get us up to CME. Didn't pay for it all, but if you notice, there was no push without him. Right? Like these ranges were all retail based. Only times we left. It depends on FOMO, Hoover. If FOMO kicks in and dips into these liquidations, could get interesting. But the time of night that we're doing this, and the fact that Asian session has already pushed way past where they're comfortable. Remember, Asia cleans up the mess. If they're close enough and they're able to clean up the mess, they tend to clean up the mess. But they also tend not to range in, they tend not to trend, they tend to range. And their range is usually about 1 to 2%. So if we want to talk about 145, let's say 2%. 2% takes you to clear that whole CME gap. Still got plenty of time in the Asian session too. But like I said, probability wise, they tend to range and not trend. I need to see a lot more of those checks on the checklist that we have for the bear market signed off before I start thinking about DCAing. But DCAing from the middle to the bottom is a strategy. In my opinion, you want to do it dynamically though. If you're starting to DCA now, it has to be really small chunks, and then as we go down, then you buy in higher. The only money I have in the game right now is money that I'm trying to bubble up to be able to buy more at the bottom, basically. Some really nice volume here. Perhaps someone's gone. Just to remind everybody what this looked like early this week. That was our CME gap.
It has been a beautiful trade.
Yeah.
Slow but steady.
So let's draw out the bullish pattern that all the bulls are going to be looking at here. This would have invalidated, so let's get rid of that for now. What the bulls are going to be looking at here is this. What we're looking at is a wave 3 consolidation, right? MW, who wins? The same way that M had a measured move that takes us down under 70, this W has a measured move that takes us into that next CME gap. Neither one of the two have a higher probability of playing out. We're just ranging, right? But we have to watch it build so that we know what it means if it breaks. Get rid of this. That already played out. I have that measured move here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. People were asking for target 3. This is target 3. Right, that flag never invalidated. At the point where the flag breaks, And then target 4 is high. I'd be surprised to see it get there. But we don't trade the chart we want. We trade the chart we see. Which means I'm not TPing my runner yet until I see some weakness. It's actually about the same measured move, give or take. I thought it would be higher. What's good, Limitless? We're looking for evidence of absorption here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Late night delivery. Stopping volume candle on the 15-minute. They wouldn't do it to me, right? They wouldn't turn around $46 away from target 2. There's no way. Dominance right back above 60 again. I mean, it's not necessarily a fake, because if it invalidates, right, it's always an attempt. This is the way that I look at it. Market maker starts the party, right? Market maker provides the liquidity for the party, rents the DJ, puts the deposit on the keg. This is where the doors open. Party started, doors open on the stopping volume candle. This is when market maker tests sentiment. If left to their own devices, does retail want to pump or does retail want to dump? Right? If retail decides they want to pump, market maker will join the party and clear his licks. But he's not going to pay for the whole ride. So you got to test to see what retail wants to do. If retail decides that they want to sell off, then he'll drop big red vectors down. He'll clear this. And he'll try to make a continuation out of those red vectors, if that's the plan. But the point is, even if the motivation is up, that doesn't mean he's going to pay for the whole thing. He'll come down here and set up a new range and then do that if he has to, right, to get sentiment back up or to get people involved before he just pays for the entire trip. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I've got a lot of shit to iron out still. But yeah, I'm looking forward to being ready to go. But this whole effort section is screwed up. There's a couple of things with this indicator that's wrong. So like I said, just only reason I'm there is because I want to see it react so that I can find the things that are wrong with it so that I know what to fix. See, so retail is pushed without any help here. So that means that there's still bullish sentiment or there's still FOMO. Hold on, I think my mic is still a little sensitive from yesterday. Let me see something. You guys hear my background at all? Zarek, what's going on, bro?
Not currently.
Can't? Okay, good. Now I just got to make sure that it doesn't chop me off when I'm talking. Right back, hold on. Yeah, both CME targets have been hit now. Now we deal with some overflow FOMO. Let's see where we land. Bullish exhaustion. It looks rather slow right now. But there's free money here. Free buys. So remember, like I said, that stopping volume candle, the door is open, and then you see if anybody shows up. Right? If retail still wants to play, market maker will start adding liquidity again. But very slowly. Now you notice he didn't just send the vector. He's like, no. You got 250 on it? I'll put another 250 on it.
in that candle. I seen there was over 1,000 BTC in one order, which we didn't get a crazy move up, but we'll see.
Let's come look at our top. Nothing in the way of vectors. Our order block that dropped us here. Be right there. And then we've got some of these lower highs. Right there. There. Right there. This is our level of resistance. And that's the order block that the cells lived in that dropped us from our highs. So you would expect bearish orders to still be in that range. Poly market API. Yo, Kiyotaka is literally becoming a poly market machine. I don't know if anybody's noticed. Slowly but surely. What's that order block? Pretty gridded up. So let's see if we look at this specific OB. Into that now. All right, let's go. Looking for signs of classic absorption so that I know when to kill my runner. Guys, you gotta breathe. Take a deep breath. Let the excited brain wear off. Let the conscious brain make the decisions here. It's the way it should move. Candles on Kiyotaka move the way that candles should move. Right? Like they breathe. Just dealing with that resistance from our top for right now. And this is that order block. Excuse me. Yeah, when we get into some of the trading tools in Cypher School, we'll go over Keo and other things like that. We're looking for signs of absorption here. We're starting to see some, on smaller time frames, but I'm looking to see them roll over into the larger time frames. Without having to go to Keo, what you want to look for signs of absorption is effort versus effect. Right? So pay attention to the tape. Right? This is when we become slaves to the tape. 88 Bitcoin whale buy, red candle. Well neutral. You're seeing the absorption. 17 whale buy, 15 whale sell. That leaves just a 2 Bitcoin delta. Sometimes I wish I could rewind the tape. I'm going to see if I can code this to where I can scroll down on my mouse and rewind the tape. Because you can learn a lot from looking at the tape. But just in that point right there, we saw 3 different levels of absorption. That's what you want to see continue. Right? You saw a big buy come in and the candle not move. Then you saw a big buy come in and get neutralized. And then you saw a big buy come in and have an equal sell come in right after. Okay.
May I ask you what, sorry to bother you. May I ask you what neutralized means on the
It's the basically the delta neutral, right? It means that some whale came in and said, I want to buy 188 Bitcoin, and then somebody filled that order with 1 trade, didn't take 2 trades. So that means that it didn't push the book at all, right? So like the price just stayed flat. But it shows that an attempt is being made usually by market makers, because they're the ones that have enough money to do that, to kill that buy order to keep price from going higher. Right? Try to absorb it. Now the question is, who's got the bigger bank? Right? Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Big bank takes little bank. Who's got the most money left? If whales can keep pushing, right, and market maker's already at the end of his push, which means there's probably not too much absorption that he can handle, then they'll overwhelm it. But it's like just like tug of war, right? It's like a real time fight.
Thanks.
Yeah. 21 Bitcoin sold. No real reaction to the downside to speak of. Excuse me. It just means there's a lot of transacting going on. Now let's see, now the wheels are hitting it again hard. 23, 20, 41, 32. They're like, here, absorb that shit. It sounds muffled, you said? I had problems with Mike the other day, bro. I honestly don't know what I did to it. Some people telling me it sounds better. Some people telling me it sounds worse. Bearish absorption. Oh, I might. I'm like eating the mic right now, so that could be it. I'm used to sitting close. I think I had my gain turned down too low. So I guess I could probably chill and sit back a little bit more now.
For me, your mic sounds honestly better than it ever has. Go figure.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. That's cool. As long as y'all can hear me and I don't have that crazy feedback I had yesterday. The downside is I can no longer hear myself speak. But I know what I sound like.
Don't blame me, but my runner is closed.
He rug pulled us, guys. Get him. More whale absorption. 156 Bitcoin. Bought on market. Try to remember that the next time you see somebody buy 20 Bitcoin and it sends the price $1,000. Remember that somebody just bought 100 and almost 90 Bitcoin right there and couldn't kill a red candle. There's another 128.
Can't just imagine having all that cash on that crypto app. Being able to buy like 100 Bitcoin just on a phone.
It's too much money, bro. There's too much money in the world.
It looks like there are a lot of people who have a lot of money on these apps, so
Too much money, and they're printing it like it's going out of style. So there's even more. Just got to go get your chunk. So we're seeing signs of bearish absorption, but we also are not seeing a coordinated push to drop here. I'm satisfied though. Anything above this for me is just cake. A little bit of icing and some sprinkles. But that was a good run for that 3-day, beautiful 3-day push. But I connected my Claude bot to TradingView, and I've been so busy I haven't even had a chance to play with it yet. Yeah, I mean, I'll be real with you, Evan. I've given up on that CME gap a long time ago, bro. To the point where if we get it, it'll just be because there's bullishness. I don't think it has a lot to do with it being a massive bull. The reason I say it is because the drop after, the drop after that CME gap was so vicious that anybody that was stuck in that range, any imbalances, right, they got wiped, bro. Yeah, I did Limitless. They just dropped the M, what is it called? It's called the M. It's basically like a bridge. It's not an API. It's something different that bridges your Claude onto TradingView. It's pretty sick. It like draw on the screen. I asked it to when I first did it, the only thing I did was to ask it to look at S&P, and it like changed my screen from Bitcoin to S&P on its own. It was just trippy. I was like, oh shit. Like I didn't know I was gonna have to watch it work. I thought it would just do it in the background, you know? Nice. Guys, use these tools to make researching easier, right? Don't use these tools for entries and exits. What I worry is that there's so many tools now that people will come in that don't like understand TA and just start using the crutches, right? And they'll never really learn how to do it. And then we don't know, bro. We don't know if they ban AI from trading completely for some reason, right? Just learn the right way to do it and then use the tools that you can to make that job faster and more well-informed. Well, I mean, if we had to have a checklist, right, and I'm talking about just from up here, just from the top, when we got into this, into these liquidation, or into this this final resistance, I'm looking for definite signs of absorption, right? I'm seeing it, but I'm also seeing bullish absorption when we drop hard. Only time we dropped under the 5, we took that candle all the way up. Somebody bought like $300 worth of Bitcoin. Right. So I am seeing what I need to see to start thinking about lightening my load on my runner, but I'm not convinced yet. The percentage that I wait is what I pay to see the next deck, the next hand. Right. It's like paying to see the flop. Like, okay, this trade's already locked in for me. Cool. Now, how does this play out, and what am I willing to pay to see it? Yeah, I did it, Mel said. It was pretty easy. The one thing that people don't think about sometimes is just ask the AI to tell you how to do it. Like I was literally like, hey, I heard you could hook up the TradingView now. Is that true? It's like, yeah. I was like, I bet. Let's do that. Gave me the whole plan, and she was like, all right, cut and paste, bang, bang, bang. It's great, man. There really is no excuse. The only excuse is just your thirst for like knowledge when it comes to that sort of shit, right? Like before it'd be like, oh, I've got all these ideas, but I don't know how to do this or that. This is like probably the best time for people who like to learn. I'm going to switch the screen to this coin. This is not a shill. Right? This is Crypto Cypher, and I do not endorse this message. That being said, I've got a new little a new toy I'm playing with.
Let's short it.
Short it. So this is MAGA. It's not regular. It's not like regular MAGA though. It's that make aliens great again. And it's basically a narrative play on the idea that they're about to release those documents. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, shorting memes, super low market cap memes, is it's a high probability bet.
Why is Bitcoin pumping?
I don't know, but we got CME gap. I don't know what they'll blame it on tomorrow, but damn, Thomas, glad you're all right. I flipped my car once. It's a weird feeling being upside down in a car going down the highway with like sparks and shit flying. It's like one of those memes like, welcome to your Jet 2 holiday.
Were you scared or just chilling? That's the difference.
You get scared after, bro. There's so much adrenaline at the time that you're like, but after I was like, oh shit, that could have been bad. Well, let's see what we got so far. If we take the 1 minute count, did we do this already or no? We got our W. There's 1 retrace. There's 2 retrace. There's 3. So far an M, but I'm not necessarily buying it. I'll play the loss of momentum here with my runner. Right? Which means I switch to surf strategy. And I take all the emotion out of it. And I just close when the wave crashes or the retest of the 50. So that's another thing that I want to cover, right? We've talked about getting in on the 1350 cross, and we've talked about waiting for the snapback, but that's one of the things that I think I see the most amount of people ignore. Each one of these things, checking the high volume time, checking the high time frame, right? Waiting for that candle setup, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing, right? Waiting to take trades when you hit a magnet or a target for market maker. These things are what make the 1350 strategy a 70-80% probability. By itself, if you just play the 1350 by itself and don't do anything else, don't follow any of the rules, meaning like I said, the snapback, right? 1350 crosses, then price typically comes back, retest the 50, and then breaks, right? These trades play out great. These trades tend to play out better, right? So you're still going to have a positive win expectancy. But every filter that you add to that trade, right, of the 1s of the 5 that we talk about, it brings up your percentage. You will take less trades, but the trades that you take will typically play out better. Speaking of a retest, these would be your type 4 shorters on like the 15-second. We're really zoomed in here, right? But this is kind of what you have to do when you're trying to catch the exact point when something pivots. We should actually be on the 15-second for this specific. There you go. See how the fight is at the 15-second. Doesn't matter if you're on the 15-second or the 15-minute. These EMAs, this price structure is going to play out the same. The speed is what makes the difference. The speed and the structure. Right? Because here on the 15-second, this is a head and shoulders. Again, makes no difference. Same measured move, right? But structure and momentum, or being able to track the momentum, right, on different time frames is why we switch. Let's see if we had any volume there. Being on really small time frames also makes it easier to teach TA. I'm not suggesting that you guys sit on the 15-second trying to take trades. But since the market is a fractal, then I can show you in real time and not have to wait hours for them to play out. All right, who removed my volume indicator from, okay, forget it. I'll take it back. I'll take it back. Yeah, we've been volume divergent since like the middle of that push. That's why the indicator was like screaming ghost pump earlier. Every move up it calls fairy dust. I think I'm a perma bear. I feel like my indicator is a perma bear. Oh yeah. Yeah, thought so. I was gonna say can't talk shit now. All right, let's see what we got. Let's drop our downtrend so we can see when things are really, that was the break of it right there, right? Yeah. We get rid of this head and shoulders. I was just trying to prove a point. So far, this would be your drop one retrace if you reject or if you come back down underneath your 50. You see the difference? Look at the size of that green candle that a 23 Bitcoin buy made versus 182 Bitcoin buy earlier that didn't even turn a green candle red. So whoever's trying to absorb price, whether it's market maker or other whales, whoever that was just caught him sleeping and swept through the book. Yeah, that's good luck, bro. Can't be mad at that. I've had some super lucky wake ups where like I just randomly wake up for no reason and turn over and I'm like, oh shit. Remember, we're looking at a 15-second chart here, guys. Pardon me. Yeah, I'm gonna release this. This is gonna be the first one that I release, and out of all of them, this is probably gonna be the only one that is gonna be on trade. It'll be on TradingView, so you can get it right from TradingView. The rest of them are just gonna be part of a bundle, right? Part of an indicator suite that the students get, the Cypher students get as a perk for taking the course. So we know from what we learned in class the other day that these vectors have an IOU at the 50% mark. This one's already hit. This one's still open. And then we'll check above in a second. I didn't mean to do that. Mm-hmm. Give me a second. This is going to be a mess. I'm just trying to see something. I'm just looking to see if there's any unrecovered vectors up here. All right, so there's one here. That got recovered, that got recovered, that got recovered, that got recovered. And then obviously the imbalance inside the CME. That put us. Yeah, it puts us right there. All right. So next challenge for the bulls would be this order block that drop price initially. Remember how we talk about how big money takes profits? Right. UTP a large order block after going short. This was not all of market makers orders, right? The remaining orders stay there. Oh, not market makers, sorry, whales. Price comes down. You make money on your short. Take the money from your short and you pump price up on spot, right? Which is why every time it drops, you see the tape light up. Pump price up on spot and then hit your orders again. And you do that as many times as you need to until you get your bag off. I don't think it will. At the speed that we're growing, I think it's super sustainable. Because there's new people that are coming in, and at the speed that they're coming in, like we've got people going through Cypher School, we've got people that are already chilling that are part of the community. And it's growing slow enough, in my opinion, that like the OGs help out too, right? But the longer it takes, the more OGs we have. And then every time a new person comes in, they come into more people who have been here for a long time. But in my opinion, too big would be if I can't answer somebody's question. Like if I get to the point where I literally can't spend 5 or 10 minutes one-on-one, you know, like for a question on Discord or a question on YouTube, then at that point, you know, I'd have to do something. But that wouldn't happen for a while. But at that point, we'd have to do something to slow down the amount of people coming in, right? Like put the price way up or something for the Discord, something that makes it to where only people who really want to be in are going to be in, and anybody who's, you know, who's just going to be a tourist won't bother. Rest in peace, Peanut. A little squirrel didn't hurt nobody. We took CME gap, Eucharist. And now we're looking for signs of continued absorption here. So far, we've got our M drop 1. Right, yeah, drop 1, rise, drop 2. Need to break this 50. I haven't got rid of my runner yet. I'm playing this by momentum on the 1 minute. I'm just gonna surf it on the 1 minute. They tell me to go to the beach, I'm gonna go to the beach.
Be aware, the man has a runner from 7 Bitcoin.
What happened? All I heard was 7 Bitcoin. Got interested, huh?
Yeah, your runner is quite big. Normally it's like 7 Bitcoin.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh. That's one hell of a runner. Nice. Yeah, you're always gonna make mistakes, bro. Can't beat yourself up. The way you react to it, though, that's the biggie. Because at another time, that could have sent you on tilt. You could have been on a 9-hour revenge trade spree. But I would, yes. Personally. You only buy TradingView when it's 80% off. Even though I'll be honest with you, if they didn't have an 80% deal, it's still the best platform. Like they got a monopoly right now, as far as I'm concerned. But you don't have to get like the super premium, you know. Just get the one that has enough indicators for what you use. Yeah, 1 million subs would be great. Because if it grows at the pace that it's growing now, 1 million subs mean we have 700,000 OGs. That would be the shit. But everything in due time, you know? Not every sub is a good sub, just like not every dollar is a good dollar. Chat would be on slow mode, yes. There would be changes, yes. 2, by 1 million subs, I would have already raised the price like 7 times to try to keep it from getting to 1 million subs. And if it still got to 1 million subs, then we'd probably have our own building somewhere in downtown, gang. Not gonna lie to you. Downtown New York, you guys can pop in. Guys can pop in and chill. We'll have trading trading room set up. I plan on every dollar that I make from this channel or the Discord going back into this channel and the Discord. Right? That's always been my plan for this, for it to be like self-sustaining. And that doesn't just mean up to a certain limit. That means if this shit goes crazy, we're gonna go crazy. You know? I appreciate that, True. I appreciate everybody's support, man. Even if it's just popping in every day and hitting the like button. At the end of the purge, everybody left to receive that role. So I think maybe the cutoff date should be spring break. I mean, I could pass them out now. It's not, nothing's really stopping me. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it, but if it's something that is anticipated, then yeah, I can definitely do that quicker. I made that role so long ago, and the idea was to give it to everybody that came over, right? That was, that was here. But I screwed that up. So it's just really hard now. Like, where do you cut it off? Maybe I'll drop a triple OG role. Triple OG for anybody that has a DM that can show me a DM screenshot from 2023 or before. You get the super duper triple OG badge. Yeah. Not necessarily an inner circle, but there's levels to this shit, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in the future, it won't feel like that, right? Because like 2 to 3 cycles from now, or whatever, it'll be a small amount of people who have that OG role. But yeah, for right now, I think it's important to recognize the people that have been here for a long time, for sure.
Hella Puff needs the triple OG Cypher role.
Yeah, you've been here for a while. That's a fact.
Long time. I've been working on the railroad.
The worst thing too is that everybody's name is. It's just. I thought about it the other day, and I was looking through the list, and I was like, "There's people that I definitely know are in that group for sure, right?" But there's people that I know that are in that group too that I just don't recognize. I don't have their name. I don't. Not to mention all the people that came over that were always quiet. There's people that have been here for 4 to 5 years that haven't said a word on mic.
Did Graybeard come over here?
I spoke to Graybeard when I first started the channel up, but I haven't spoken to him in probably close to a year now.
Okay.
Mr. Graybeard.
I heard him over there. Yeah, Graybeard. He's a great guy over there.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, Gloomy. We'll come up with something with the mods.
Righty, safe trading, everybody.
Yes, sir. No, at least not that I know of. Probably though. I say there's a pretty good chance he did, but didn't make it known. From what I hear, he's getting better, Limitless. He's just healing up. He's back to work, so that's got to, that's got to mean something. Yeah, he's got to be here somewhere, I'm sure. There isn't. It sucks. They can tell you when you join the Discord, right? So you could do that, I guess, but it doesn't do it by months. It just breaks it down to 1 year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Does it? Let me see. If it does, that's cool. Damn, why do you get more information than I do? You're like a super duper mod. Mine says days until you get to months, right? But once you get to years, everybody says year. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, once you get to years. Oh, what did I do? Hope I didn't just delete somebody. Yeah, it just says 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 1 year ago. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the members list and it doesn't break it down. What sucks is that a lot of the people that have been here the longest are the green people. And I'm putting out one more message before the end of the purge. Just to give everybody a fair chance. Oh, okay, yeah. If you hover your mouse, it gives you a date. Okay. I see. Well, that's the point. Like, if we lose that, then I won't want to be here either. A lot of why the channel is, or at least why I try to keep it the way it is so that I want to be here. You know what I mean? Like every day. That shit gets all stressful. People always arguing, beefing, constantly having to put out fires. Like, you know what I mean? We're doing better shit. Nah, definitely doesn't feel like a job. That's when it starts to get gross. And I'm putting in steps to make sure that it never gets to that point either. Yeah, for sure. Mods are 1000% one of the biggest reasons. Because I don't have the patience. I'd be waking up every morning, come in here and just banning people. I know hearing me say I don't have the patience, it sounds weird because everybody thinks I'm super patient, but mods have a lot to do with why I have the energy in my reserve tank to show that type of patience. Because if I had to deal with all of that and all, you get what I'm saying? Like it takes the load off for sure. But I think we stay safe. I mean, everybody's for the most part on the same page, not in a weird like echo chamber type of way, but like everybody's respectful. So when somebody comes in and they try to troll or they try to act out of character, they tend to get jumped on and pushed out. I'm not stepping into that one, Issa. I'm not even about to touch that one. I'll give it to Pepin and just piss everybody off. She's off dealing with some real life stuff. Yeah, everybody takes a different aspect. And it's crazy because I've never once, just so that y'all know, like I've never once been like, hey, this is what I need you to do, and this is what I need you to do, and this is what I need you to do. Like they've done all of that by themselves. They've just fallen into their roles. It's super dope. Yeah, Duck has also been crucial. The amount of scammers that Duck found early on, I don't know what type of naval intelligence background this man got, but he's always with us though. What do you mean, Limitless? I'll throw you off the scent. Mm-mm-mm. You just gotta add the indicator, Fanta. Liquidation levels by Leviathan. No problem, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Chris. Yeah, we're on the 15-second chart right now, yo. Which shows you how low the volatility is at this point. Like, this is moving like a 1-minute chart. Good night, Venus. You're welcome. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that and how big of an effect it has. It will be a sad day, though. Even if it continues, it'll be a day to remember. I'm gonna wear all black, like I always do. But I'm gonna play sad music and light candles. They'll continue doing it the same way. In my opinion, you'll still have traps on Friday, except the motivation will be to give them the ability to create a zone to build liquidity. I think that after holding CME tight for so long, they've noticed the benefits of building that liquidity over the weekend, and they won't stop trying to do it. Now, whether they'll be successful depends on how much new liquidity comes in over the weekend. But from what I read, all of the orders settle on Monday, even if they're placed on the weekend. They're just giving them the ability to place orders on the weekend at lot prices. So I don't think it'll change that much. It'll, for the mass public, yeah. Right? It won't be the same. Like, we won't have everybody and their mother aiming at CME gap, whether they understand why or not. But that being said, the imbalances will still be there, right? And the imbalances will still need to be recovered. That liquidity will still build. It'll still need to be swept. The inventory cycle doesn't live or die by CME, right? The CME gap is just one aspect of the inventory cycle. Yeah. There'll be slight changes for sure. All right, so bottom of the range, top of the range. Let's see if we can break that 77.5 now. Dom's crazy, bro. Dom's out of control right now. Not without Bitcoin. Right? Everything needs Bitcoin to go with it. At this point, Bitcoin keeps the FOMO alive. But if it goes, yeah. This is the issue right now for bulls. Got a bit of a supply sitting there. See that vector on the weekly? $200 EMA, 50% of that vector, 254. Around that area is what I'd be looking for. That's if Bitcoin continues here into CME gap, or into this, into this order block. With dominance like this, yeah, you'll see a lag. The way it'll play out is Bitcoin pops up and consolidates, or if Bitcoin decides to consolidate here for a day and dominance comes down while Bitcoin's going sideways, then you'll see the alts pop. or if Bitcoin pops and dominance comes down, then you'll see the alts outperform Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, everything is pushing resistance at this point. Look at this real quick. I haven't even looked at this in advance, but these are daily RSIs. Some of the ones that have gotten beat up really bad obviously haven't got up there, and they probably won't. They'll probably just fall short. But most of the shit that's pushed, and this is why bulls are excited. Because when you look at the weeklies, for the most part, a lot of them are low. But weekly RSI is a really bad measure. It takes forever to move. It could take you months to come off the bottom of a weekly RSI. If you look at, give me a second. Let me get rid of all this shit real quick. Where's my stochastic? There it is. The hell? Yeah, what is the, you know what? Get out of here. Now what are you going to tell me? Now it's not going to open because we... So these are your stochastics. Let's go to Bitcoin real quick. So look at when your stochastics hit bottom, it took all the shit off the screen. So look at when your stochastics hit bottom at the bottom of the bear, or where they hit bottom and where you're at, right? So you hit the bottom around here. You're halfway through the bear. All of this choppiness, that bouncing around on your stochastic at the bottom, it's not till you hit bottom where you actually pull off and go. Same during this. Look at how long we stayed pinned. Right, so you can't let people convince you that the first tap of a stochastic means that price just has to go. And time-wise, I mean, this is significant. 230 days. So, yeah, we're at the bottom, and it looks like it's pulling up, but we've seen that many, many times before. All right, so your bear flag here would give you a deeper measured move. Actually, it'd give you less of a measured move than the M pattern, depending on where it breaks. No, actually, it's bigger. All right, and then your M pattern, if this stays like this and doesn't take out the highs. That's your wave 3 so far. I didn't mean to do that. I've got to duck off and get some research done for my daily briefing in a second. But I'm still waiting for that 1 minute chart to send me to the beach so I could cut this running. And I really should be waiting for confirmation on lower time frames, but good day at work, Issa. Get that dry powder. Apparently, Bobby has been extra out of control lately, so I gotta have a little training session with our guy.
we are fully committed to welcoming you back to Crypto Cypher.
And Rick is old. Supposed to be Jerome Powell. That is not Jay Powell. Gemini won't let you make AI generated videos of real people. You got to go off filter for that. Right? You got to go away from something like Gemini. So I had to describe him with words just to get as close as possible. Good night, Marisati. What's going on, Lav? Yeah, the 5 is turned off right now. Give me a second. I'll be back. So what I was talking about earlier, not taking the initial 13 crossing, but waiting for the retest and signs of absorption. Give me a second. I got to make a call. Yo, Limitless, what's your deal, bro? Like you in here fighting by yourself. Yeah, like sleep it off or something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's double top it and slam it down.
I'm here, y'all. I'm still on this phone call. We're seeing that order block get hit, and we just saw all those whale sells, right, from the leftover orders on the order block. Now we got to see if that's going to get absorbed or what. But we definitely just triggered all those sells. Whales are trying to fight back. 152 Bitcoin. It's going to be a real fight up here. I'm here, yo. I just got to finish this meeting real quick.